Alrighty. Let me turn on my headset. Let's get the show on the road. Alrighty. So, we're going to do a little bit of farming here with our Bouldercane build. I need to get a few more Obdicite, and then I also want to finish up my Coven's Favor. And then I will swap over to my Cataclysm setup, which I have pretty much... I have it pretty much ready for tier 4, but I don't have all the runes that I need, so the damage isn't quite there for like high tier stuff, but it should be good enough. Should be good enough. Alright, what do we gotta do? Potions, Incent, and let's go do these. I have 2 tier 10s, so let's go do these tier 10s. Hey, what's up, brother? So I do have on an Erida's on this build, on my Bouldercane build right now. So it is an option. I don't have it in the guide, but I don't put like every single little detail in the guide. Oh shit, everything's lagging up. I don't know what just happened there. But Erida's is a good choice. Erida's is pretty nice. How have you been liking the season so far? I don't know why this is lagging so bad. Maybe give it a second. It'll probably clear up. Starting to clear up a little bit. It's lagging on my end too, so yeah, there it is. Okay, good. Good old lagging hardcore, you gotta love it. Did you get a chance to get into the season any? Yeah, witch powers are so good, bro. It just makes me so, like, I'll tell you what. The game is in a better place than it's ever been, okay? It's phenomenal for players who don't have a lot of time, right? My only issue is there's just nothing to do with all this power, man. There's just nothing to do when you get to the pits. That's it. That's all there is. You just have pits. That's all. But it's fun while it lasts. Like, the witch powers are so good. They're so creative, and they're simple, too. And I think that's important to the, you know, kind of the theme of the game. Keep it simple, but be creative. And, man, like the grow power is probably my favorite power. The make your minions like 3 times the size that they're supposed to be. The thing is, that is probably the dopest power that they made this season. The frog is cool. The Pronato is cool. The hex, the little skull, the little hex, little minion that pops out is good. Yeah, I mean, I can agree to that. I definitely could agree to that. I mean, I think well, honestly, I'll say a lot. The rune words definitely should have been more creative, and in terms of what they did for your character. They don't have to be complex, but being simple but creative is always good, especially in a game like this. And I mean, but I will say that it definitely makes me more excited about what their plan is to do in the future, because I feel like this season is so good in terms of creativity and as well as like just player accessibility, that I hope that they keep a lot of, and that's one thing I wish they would start doing, is keep more stuff from the season in the game. Because then we would actually have a lot more stuff to do, more stuff to farm, more powers to acquire. But I hope that going forward, they make a lot of big changes to the base game to add a lot of creativity. Just a lot of creativity into the Paragon board, into the legendary nodes, into the rare and magic nodes on your Paragon board. Maybe even do some things with the glyphs. Add some more creativity there instead of just flat damage increases, or stuff like that would be really cool. Just new stuff to see on your screen, like new stuff to experience when you're using your skills. Anything like that would add a heck of a lot. Well, I think they have a good amount of build diversity now. The problem is that the most powerful build is so ridiculously more powerful than everything else that players will just feel like, well, why should I play anything else? Because this build is like literally, you know, 5 times, 10 times more powerful than any other build, right? So you can do all the content with just about, just about every single build you can think of, you can do all the content with, because it's just so easy. But the problem is that you can't push pits to the degree that you can with some of the higher damage builds, which is, and you know, it's automatically going to make people gravitate towards those builds because they're so much easier to play, right? It just makes it where it feels like there's not a lot of build diversity, even though there is, because of the ease of use of overpowered builds. It just overshadows other builds, regardless of the fact that they can do all the content too. It just, you know, people are going to naturally take the road of less, are going to take the road of, what am I saying? Take the easy road, basically. It's a bit late, so forgive me. Oh, I would, but you know, and that's the thing. I just don't think they will. I just don't think they'll keep the season. I think, like, of all the seasons I could think of, right? Like, everything that I could think of. In Season 1, that season was kind of a wash. There wasn't really anything interesting in that season, and it wasn't really well received. Season 2, it would have been nice had they brought the vampire powers back, but instead of making them aspects, they kept, like, the UI system of the vampiric powers, and you could just equip 1 or 2 of them. And they adjusted the overall, you know, damage or the overall ability of those powers to match the meta of the game, right? So it wasn't a massive power increase, but it was something to bring back from the Season 2. And then Season 3, they should have kept vaults. I think vaults should have replaced Nightmare Dungeons. They were way better. We basically have companions now, so that's what Season 3 was the season of a companion. Season 4 didn't really bring anything. Season 5 didn't really, you know, bring anything. Season 6 was the expansion, and now Season 7 we have, like, these awesome witch powers, which could be a complement, you know, your builds, but they'll probably bring them back as like a unique or something, which I just think is a waste. And then, yeah, the Path of Least Resistance. I don't know why I was blanking on that. Thank you, bro. But, I think in Season 7, if they brought the witch powers back as something like a small UI system that you had to interact with, and then they made Hell Tides like Witch Tides and added all of these awesome events you could do while you're going through Hell Tides, instead of them being like this this kind of bland activity now that we've had them for so long, where you're just kind of running through mobs sometimes. Sometimes there's a bunch of them, sometimes there's not a lot of them. It'd be nice if they had something like that, and I honestly think they should keep the root holds, man. I think the root holds are awesome. Like, they're so good. They give you this nice little place where you can farm, you know, your gear and stuff pretty easily. You get to the boss, it's a bunch of monsters, all these exposed roots. It's a fun activity, and I really wish they would keep that type of stuff in the game. Instead of just abandoning it all and then bringing back, like, some nonsense in, like, the form of an aspect or unique, which just makes it even harder to equip them on your builds, because everybody's basically, you know, set in stone what they can equip on their builds now. Yeah, exactly. Like, mix it up. Absolutely, man. We need stuff like that. We need to mix things. Like, just the Hell Tides. Yeah, I mean, you could have a Hell Tide up. You could have a Witch Tide up. You could have, you know, you can have your Hell Tides up all the time, but then you could spawn a Witch Tide with the Hell Tide, or you could spawn a Blood Tide with the Hell Tide, something like that, just to make it more interesting, bring those things back. I think it would be amazing to have stuff like that. I mean, they should really take advantage of the open world. This is the only action RPG with an open world that I've ever played that's, like, this well designed. Like I said, the game is too easy at the moment, and there's not enough to do in the end game, but there are a lot. The structure is there for some really cool stuff, and I really wish they would take advantage of it. I really do. They have a lot of interesting things they could have kept in the game. Hey, what's up? Man, I like this air it is. It just pulls everything while you're doing these Stalking Devil. You know, with the Stalking Devil, you should get a Stalking Devil every round after you pick it. Not just one for that round, but every single round should spawn a Stalking Devil. And then, too, with these Infernal Hordes, man, these should be random. Like, there should be different maps, different enemy types. Everything should be much more... There should be a larger variety of things in each activity. So that way you're not getting bored just looking at a sea of red. Yeah, man, just like stuff like that would add so much variety to the game. And honestly, like they've put a good amount of work into these things every season, and it's just sad to see them just completely go away. Like even season 3, bro. Do you remember the boss? They had the boss. What's his the Malphus boss? They had the Son of Malphus. They had this entire underground, you know, basically an underground town. All of these things that they just kind of like tossed out immediately. I mean, it's just, and it would have added so much to the game, like having that left in the game. And that could have been something they could have added to the companions. Imagine if you could have got like some kind of upgrade to your companion by defeating the Son of Malphus. Obviously, they would have to change the drop rate to be a lot better than it was for Season 3. But it would have been really cool had they had done something like that. Where, you know, you beat the Son of Malphus, you have a chance at getting this cool upgrade for your companion that gives your character a buff or something like that. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense why they need to keep taking all of the stuff out of the game. Like, I can understand the majority of it, but at least the core stuff, the stuff that was the most well received, you could leave that in the game. It would make it feel a lot bigger. Let's see, do we get lucky on this last one? It's not too bad. I really like this cycle, witch power. Just seeing all these flowers pop out of the ground. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, there's just... I'm sure it's not as easy as, you know, just saying this stuff. You know, you don't want to overload the game, and I'm sure it would cause lag, or I don't know. I don't know what that stuff takes to do. I'm just saying, like, the stuff is there, and it was good content, and people loved it. And it would be cool if it was kind of left in the game. Especially for new players who may not have experienced the game during those seasons, who were coming to the game after the expansion, stuff like that. They could have a chance to at least see what it was about. Like, see what that season might have been about. Uh-oh. How did this happen? I'm like, how did I end up here without any hurricane? Oh, come back here, bro. Get out of here, Gleb. Gleb is the most annoying one. Alright, let's get some Obdicite. That's what we're here for. I got lucky just before I got on stream. I managed to get 2 of the fugitive head spawns in the same witch tide. I should call them head hunts, but I think I like witch tides more. Head hunts just sounds weird to me. All right, let's see. Oh, and my Cataclysm build, I started changing that out because I seen a lot of people were having issues, and honestly, when I made the build at first, I did it before the season started, so I didn't quite understand exactly what was going to be necessary to make sure the build functioned really well. And now that I've actually started playing with it, I'm able to actually look at it and say, okay, well, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. You have to change this, especially with the new season mechanic. So I have adjusted some of the gear and everything. And I've also started adding easier occult gems to get, because getting those like legendary occult gems is actually pretty hard. It takes a lot of work. So what I did with the base builds is I just added tier 1 magic occult gems to every build for the base build, so people could have something to slot in there that would buff up their character, and it would only take them like 3 fugitive heads to get it. And then for the obviously the mythic build, it has the highest tier occult gems that you should probably be using. I'm trying to make every single base build a lot more like beginner friendly, like bring down the Paragon board, scale it back to like 200 Paragon, and just overall give people a better idea as to how they should be setting up their builds before they progress further and further into like the, best in slot gear pieces. And I think because I play hardcore solo self-found, it really helps like understand exactly what the average player would go through if they, what pain points are with each build. So like with Cataclysm, I initially had like use Insatiable Fury or use Mad Wolf's Glee. But then as I was playing with it, I was like, holy cow, you can't even get resistance or armor caps. It's kind of hard. So what I did was I took off that and I just put on a plain chest. And I said, okay, put, resistances with armor on it. And that's going to basically carry you until you get something like a Shroud of False Death. Because it was like significant, the amount of resistances that you need with the way that they've changed the occult gems, because the occult gems, they cap out at 8% all resist and they give you 160 armor. The problem with that is getting armor cap was always pretty easy. It's getting resistance caps that can be kind of annoying. So yeah, it's almost mandatory that you have a plain chest on for that build if you're doing it in the early game setups. If not, it's going to be really hard to survive in tier 4. So I'm trying to make sure that the Cataclysm build in it is at least tanky enough for hardcore. If I'm, and like I said, I do solo self-found, so anybody who plays solo in softcore should have no issue. And I have it capped out perfectly now. It has capped out armor for tier 4 and it capped out res for tier 4. And I'm just now adding the occult gems to it, so I'm just missing an Igni rune and a Bach rune. However, Neo is pretty good. I like using Neo. I'm really excited to finish up these builds, though. I should have that Cataclysm video out pretty soon. And then I do have a couple other videos, like short guide videos I'm going to make for the seasonal events, just to help people out that I've seen a lot of people been having issues. And after that, I'll probably do like a really cool Lightning Storm hybrid. That's what I'm most interested to play Shred right now, and I'm most interested to try out this Lightning Storm idea I have. But I'm kind of limited on my time, so it's hard for me to get in there and really grind in the season. Hello, my son. Come here. Let me see. Come here, turkey. Yes. 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 I know. Headphones.
Yes.
You gonna help me? Don't get me killed. That's what your brother likes. He likes that microphone. Okay now. I thought you buddy. Is Jackson doing okay? I did. I replaced the tablet. I'm no longer looking at the cell phone. It's kind of nice. It's still down there. I still have to look off screen to answer the chat, which is obviously a bad idea when I'm playing hardcore. Even worse when I'm playing in PoE 2. But I've adapted. I've adapted to it. So yeah, I finally did get the new tablet. Yeah, he's a little monster. I almost wish I had a pick Surging Elite there. He's been chasing his mom around the house all night long. Yeah, I really love this area it is inside of, just for inside of the Infernal Horde. It just makes it so much easier. Even though they have made Bouldercane way better and you can run all over the place, there's still nothing better than, like, pulling enemies to you. It's just crazy to see the amount of damage that they added to the build. Like, last season, there's no way I'm doing this with the type of gear that I have on right now. And this season, it's like I have almost, I have like a halfway perfect character. It's ridiculous. And I haven't even done anything with the gear. Like, it's not even fully masterwork, not even attempted to get like double crits or anything. The amount of damage that they added to it is just crazy. Big worm. It's Friday. Ain't got no job. Ain't got shit to do. It's not a bad start so far. Just need to get a couple Hellborn spawns that really kick up my output every single round. Listen, brother, I should be. I've failed completely. I've been being a lazy bastard, and I am fatter than ever before, more out of shape than I've ever been. And and it is all my own fault. Man, I tell you what, I have failed miserably, and I definitely need to get back on track because, holy cow, I'm not getting any younger. I am not getting any younger. I actually want to get back to, like, how I first originally thought of my channel was going to be, like, part of it was going to be, like, weightlifting and then gaming, kind of combining, like, the two things. And getting back into shape, you know, and then I just lost the, I don't know, man, I just lost the drive. And, you know, it's, I should not have. And I'm pretty, I would say I'm pretty disappointed that I didn't keep it up. And it is hard to, you know, it's one of those things that getting that discipline is pretty difficult. And it's definitely something that I need to focus on and get back to. And I should be making it a priority. And I need to make it a priority. That's for certain. It's like the crazy part is I have a wealth of knowledge of weightlifting because of my past and dieting and exercise, because I've been in incredible shape. And I've been in, you know, I've been definitely closer to, like, I would say an intermediate, like between, like halfway between like intermediate / elite level lifter in terms of my strength. But well, I say probably advanced. I would probably say advanced then. So it's kind of a shame that I'm not using that knowledge and the access to my gym. Like, I have a gym right in my garage, and I'm and it's crazy that it just doesn't, you know, just sitting and not doing it. Yeah, it's definitely something that I should be doing better at, man. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. You know what's crazy? Let me tell you something that's crazy, brother. So, I actually fasted for 72 hours. Like, I've done it twice now where I fasted for 72 hours. And I was completely fine. Like, you know, I would have, like, the occasional, you know, a lightheaded feeling as my body starts to get used to functioning without carbohydrates, you know, the whole glyconeogenesis thing. And starts using fats and stuff like that for energy. But I felt good and I felt energetic. And every time I came out of my fast, I wasn't like binge eating or having cravings. I even felt, you know, I even felt more sensitive to sweeter foods, like things that my wife would be like, "That's not sweet." I'm like, "Man, this is sweet." But then it's like I just lose track of myself again. And that's part of the bigger issue, is like putting the fork down. Putting the fork down and being disciplined about my exercising habits. Getting outside, going for walks with the family, taking the kids to the park, all that stuff. And then obviously, you know, being consistent with a solid strength and conditioning program that I myself could make, and I make a damn good one too. So, yeah, man, I definitely need to buckle down. I definitely need to buckle down. That's a silly excuse in my opinion. Like, every human being has time in their day to get out and exercise. Like, unless you are the most efficient at using your time, and you have your hands in so many different ventures that you couldn't even think to have 30 or 45 minutes out of your day to exercise, which is literally almost nobody in a first world country. Yeah, that's not really a good excuse, and I should be doing it because I have kids. You know, I have kids, I have a beautiful wife, I have beautiful children. I should definitely be doing it because I have those things. And you know, I feel like it's almost taking it for granted. It really is easy. I mean, truthfully, I mean, you know, getting over that first week of soreness, obviously that sucks, especially on leg day, because you can barely, you know, when you get your legs nice and sore, it's hard to even get up from the toilet seat. Your quads are just so tight and, you know, tore up. But after that, man, it just, every single week you continue to do it, you know, you feel better and better. And, yeah, man, I really need to get back at it, man. I really need to get back at it. I really do. I gotta definitely start focusing in, getting those workouts in, keeping a strict diet, and getting this weight off. Like, I will say this, I am kind of blessed that I was pretty decently strong, before I gained a lot of weight, because that has helped me be, you know, still be relatively active and able to do things. Because I couldn't imagine if I just put on weight without having that muscle mass. But man, just for instance, I was playing around with my son today, and I was lifting him and throwing him. And I mean, he's 5, but that's nothing. I mean, it's nothing. And I got winded. I was like, wow, like, why am I getting so winded doing this? And it's just like, kind of, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be getting tired playing around with your 5-year-old. Not unless you're doing a lot of playing, you know. So I definitely have to take better care of myself. I definitely got to start getting back in the gym, getting my workouts in. Yeah, man, those leg days are enough to change your whole opinion on the topic. But it is the best day, man. I love having strong legs. There's no other feeling. There's no better feeling than having well-conditioned, strong legs. Like, you just move around so much better, and you feel so much better. Like, just doing any activity whatsoever, you feel incredibly good. Well, generally, you know. But yeah, definitely I'd be lying if I told you anything different. All right, I'm going to go, now that we've gotten those two done, I think I'm going to go ahead and go to the good old Witch Tide and finish farming up this Grim Favor so I can cap out my Coven and get my Resplendent Spark. Indeed, tomorrow is always a new day. And, what is it? Carpe Diem, right? Magic Carpe Diem. Seize the day. Something like that. I want to get my... I'm going to tell you what. If I can say one thing I missed the most was my overhead press strength. Like, I really miss how good I was at, like, overhead pressing. Like, standing overhead, like, strict standing overhead press. It wasn't anything like elite level strength. But I was getting pretty close to a really clean, strict 225 overhead press, standing overhead press. And I miss that. Like, I miss that, being able to do that. I already did. I updated the Bouldercane Paragon board in Mobalytics. So if you go there and you check out the base Bouldercane build, I actually did a few things. I updated the board to only have up to level 200 Paragon. And then I added a lot easier to obtain occult gems. So that way you would have like 3 occult gems that only cost 1 fugitive head. Just go to the mythic version. If you go to the mythic version, the entire board is basically set up. Yeah, the mythic version should have everything. Yeah, that's basically everything in the kitchen sink, because good God, we have so many Paragon points and nothing to really use them with, you know, other than just getting every little rare in Magic Node on the board that we can possibly want. Yeah, I mean, I've been having a blast with it. This will be like one of my last streams using Bouldercane for a little while, because I'm going to move on to Cataclysm. And then after Cataclysm, I'm going to do Shred. And then after Shred, I'm going to do a hybrid Cataclysm Lightning Storm build that I have been thinking about. that I think is going to be a lot more fun for players than playing around with Cataclysm in the season. And it should still have pretty decent damage. Obviously not as strong as an overpower crit, fully lightning bolt, you know, Cataclysm, but at least somewhat decent. Oh, I'll be coming back to it. I'll be coming back to it. I will. I just want to make sure I tackle everything, especially because I'm making builds for Mobalytics. I want to make sure players have a lot of different options, not just that, but I don't have like a ton of extra time. Like, I can't sit here for, you know, 14 hours a day and grind out stuff and make stuff constantly. So yeah, whenever I'm on Xbox, I can throw in a couple hours, but a lot of that is just like throwing some time in, and most of it I'm like either AFK or, you know, just it's my character's just sitting there. A good chunk of it, I'd say like at least 33%, 1/3 of the time. Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't, my Twitch isn't monetized, so I'm not partnered. I just barely started really hitting Twitch up. Well, and if there's a way to do it, I just haven't looked it up. I'm not exactly sure. I got to look into how to set up a good Twitch page. Because honestly, I was kind of put off by Twitch for a while just because of all of the solicitation. The solicitation was super annoying. People would come in and be super nice, and it's like you got a viewer, and then it turns out they're just trying to get you to buy like their whatever, the emojis or some kind of stuff. 50 followers and 3 concurrent viewers. Yeah, I think it'll be easier once I really yeah, overlay, bro. See, I don't even know what I'm talking about half the time. I don't even know what I'm talking about half the time in regards to like Twitch and everything. I'm just streaming, man. I'm just having a good time. But yeah, I definitely need to get better at that stuff. I want to have a cool setup, you know. I want to have all the bells and whistles and different sound effects and whatnot, and the cool the cool starting page and all that jazz. I'm just not super savvy at all that stuff, you know. Yeah, just streaming and having fun is where I'm at right now. I think I want to keep it that way, but I definitely would like to have a much better looking setup. I also need to get like my room done here, my computer room. I think I need to like to paint one of the walls and get some like posters to help with and some better lighting. The reason why a lot of times I don't have my cam on is just because the lighting, my ring light is too bright and it really messes with my eyes after a while, starts to give me a headache. And it heats up my room too much. So like for videos it's not a big deal, but when I'm streaming it gets a little hot in here and I don't like the way the light kind of reflects off the wall. Looks like a mudslide, man. Blood wave looks like a mud wave. Yeah, I'll look into it, see if I can apply for partnership, and hopefully I'll be able to get partnership on Twitch. That'd be pretty cool. So I don't have, I'll be partnered on YouTube, Twitch, X. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, that would be. That would definitely be useful if I would be definitely down to have any kind of help doing that stuff. But I'm not gonna lie. I do want to do it, the least amount of banning as possible. I kind of want to keep people, like, unless they're like super, like, you know, start getting weird about things or being really nasty with their language. Probably am pretty okay with people, just about anybody, even if they're not very nice. I really don't. It doesn't bother me. Like, yeah, maybe something like that. Some LED strips or something that would give me some soft lighting, where it would make it a little bit easier on my eyes, just because it does get annoying, and it starts to give me a bit of a headache. Oh yeah, dude, I ban those jokers too. They come in and try to sell some stuff. I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to buy any views. That stuff is well, honestly, it's not necessarily pointless, because there are apparently several streamers who have become very popular, and they view botted their way to the top. And then people found out who they were, and they liked their personality, and then suddenly, you know, they have a really good stream and a community going. So it's not entirely useless, but definitely not something I'm into ever doing. I have pretty strict rules for my own self, so. It's the opposite. It's like rules for me and not for thee. Or, not really. Yeah, it is. Never mind. It is the opposite. It's been a lot better, though, recently. I haven't had as much. I haven't seen as much solicitation. I get the occasional person trying to sell views every now and again, but I just ban them immediately from the restream. I am the leader. I am the sole leader of my community. I am not a participant. I am the king, and I must be addressed as such. The God King, the God Emperor. Man, I hope they fix that bug with the boulders soon. I feel like this oppressor dome effect or something like that, whatever this is around the cocoons, it's not too bad, but I could imagine somebody using boulder and be like, this builder's trash. The kingdom. The sanctum of Rex. Then I'd have to change the spelling of my name to like NikoRex instead of WREX, and then that would make a lot of sense, right? How many more? Oh yeah, the patrol. And the wisp. How much time do I have? Yeah, 15 minutes. We got plenty of time. We're almost there. We got like we're halfway there. No, I don't believe so. I think it's fine if people have something bad to say. You got to take the good with the bad. is like I said, as long as they don't get weird, like start saying like really perverse things or like none of that, like name calling, like as long as it's simple in nature or yeah, you know, that stuff doesn't bother me. I think it's fine to have people like that. It gives them something to do. They're going to be here with me. Yeah, as long as it doesn't get crazy. Like at least I can take it, man. What if they left my stream, right? And they were harassing me or being mean to me and they left my stream and I could take it. And they went to someone else's stream who couldn't take it and that person, you know, they hurt their feelings or something. Now, I might not know that that happened, but certainly, you know, I would feel bad if that was the case. It wouldn't bother me any. I have pretty thick skin. I don't think there's much anybody could say to me online that would ever hurt my feelings. So. But I know some people out there, they might have a difference of opinion. So. I'll take the slings and arrows. It doesn't bother me. Oh yeah, but I mean that's people in general. There's always going to be a bit of a. There's always going to be some people who are crazier than others. I mean, some popular streamers get swatted. That's the craziest thing. I can never imagine being the type of person who'd be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call the SWAT team. I'm going to have the SWAT team sent to somebody's house. Like, I don't know how that could even cross your mind as an individual. Like, I'm going to have a group of police officers, highly trained, fully geared out with automatic weapons. And they're gonna get to this, like, what are you, like, well, how does that even cross your mind? Like, how does it even come across as, like, as an idea that you would do to somebody? Yeah, exactly. It might just be their own way of, like, getting things out. It's not really crazy when you think about it, because, you know, a lot of people don't have anybody to talk to. And maybe they don't have anything good to say, but maybe it does help them in some therapeutic way to just be able to say something not so nice to somebody. You know, makes them feel just a little bit less, you know, on edge. If you know, it's not necessarily, you know, it's not that big of a deal. And also, the more you try to stop people from doing something that you don't like, typically the more they try to do it more. So, if you don't give them any power, then that, you know, if you don't give them the power to annoy you, then typically they'll basically go away. But yeah, some people online get wild, bro. Like, I've never, I would never imagine growing up in a million years that, like, the online space would be the way that it kind of can be sometimes. I mean, as an adult, it makes sense. But as a kid growing up, I was like, definitely I would have been naive to the entire situation. Yo, I really love the amount of loot you can get from a lot of these activities. It's been so useful for, like, making sure that you can craft stuff, like do your masterworks or change out your aspects, stuff like that. All right, come on. Hop out of there already. Still a headless. That's okay. I know, man. You know, I actually seen Darth microtransaction DM. I seen his post on X about him having a hard time pulling himself away from PoE, from PoE 2. And I did reply to his post. I was like, you know, playing D4 has actually made me appreciate both games more for what they offer. Like, PoE 2 just has this very unique experience, this very, you know, much more difficult, much more in-depth, slower, methodical kind of journey through your character's progression until you get to the end game, and then, you know, you start to really soup up your damage. But you never get too crazy unless you're playing like a broken build, which obviously it has those, and the GGG will fix eventually. But probably when they update the game in this coming February. But then you get onto D4, and it's like this super easy to pick up and play, just super fast-paced. You know, you get all this loot dropping everywhere. You're filling up your bags. You're going back to town. And their inventory system, the inventory system is so much better in D4 than it is in PoE. And it just makes it feel so much easier to play the game. And you're not so, like, you know, hyper-focused on making all the right moves. Granted, I do play hardcore solo self-found in PoE, so that's kind of my fault, and I'll take that one. But yeah, it's nice to have that kind of break, and it makes me appreciate what PoE 2 offers, while also appreciating what D4 offers, in the ability to just sit back, have a good time, play the game, you know, and just kind of chill out. It's, they definitely both, you know, they both have a nice little, they both complement each other really well, in my opinion.
Don't ruin all that work.
Now, like, obviously, I would always say, like, after playing PoE 2, yeah, definitely more isolated. After playing PoE 2, it's definitely hands down my favorite action RPG I've ever played. Just because of the level of difficulty, and I love getting that difficulty. I love the difficulty of it. But, like, D4, I don't think, after playing this season, I thought I wouldn't be as, I wouldn't enjoy it as much as I have, and I'm pleasantly surprised. Even though I know, like, there isn't a whole lot to do outside of the pit, and I'm not a big fan of the pit, there's still a lot of interesting little things that they've added. Hey, what's up? How you doing? I am really excited to get back to PoE. But I will definitely fulfill my obligations and my desires with D4 before I do that. And I want to start making some content. I want to start making some content for PoE 2. I just wanted to be respectful to the community. Oh, bro, the story is just the chef's kiss, bro. Like, I'll tell you my favorite moment, and I hope I don't spoil this for anybody who hasn't played it yet. But the moment I knew this game was, like, legit, like, the best game, the best action RPG, was when you go into the burning village at the very first act, right? And you got these pigs flying out of these burning shacks trying to explode on you. I thought that was hilarious, and it was dark as hell, like, right? You got fucking exploding fire, like, pigs set on fire, fly out of that shit. It was funny, but also very dark, but that's not it. That's not it. And it's actually a funny comparison point that you can make with D4. So when you... Yeah, exactly. So when you first tuned up the expansion on D4, right? At the very beginning, they had the scene where the lady, the executioner guy or whatever his name is, I can't remember because he's forgettable. He basically sets that dude on fire, and, you know, he's, like, all burning and shit, and you're like, oh, wow, he set him on fire. That's awful. But it was like a soap opera, right? It was like a soap opera. There was all this over-dramatization of it, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. And then you get to PoE, right? and you go through the campaign, the first thing that happens is a zombie falls on top of a dude and just rips him to pieces, and then you stab that zombie like 4 times, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. And I'm like, okay, we're clearly not saving anybody here, but your character, the character selection screen, as soon as you pick your character, all the other ones die. Like, it's crazy. I'm like, you pick your character, bam, the other ones are executed. So anyway, getting back on track. As you're coming to the midpoint of the first act, you get to the very first, like, legit boss, the executioner guy. You roll up on this guy. He has a pile of heads that are stacked up to the almost the top of the executioner's platform. And with no words really said, the mother effer just cuts this dude's head off. He just slices this guy's head off and jumps down, and the boss fight, the boss fight goes on. And it's like, this is some legit good writing and good horror. Like, this is some legit good writing and good horror. And they kept that tone through the entire campaign, bro. And I loved every second of it. I also loved just the overall variety of every map, the variety of monsters, the different look of every map. Like, Act 2 was definitely my favorite map when you first get in there. And it's like this blood red, crimson sand all over the place. That it's almost like you're on a different planet. And I was just like so impressed by that level of detail. And then as you go to each little tiny area, it's like you see like things get darker, right? You go to like the bone pits, and everything is like the color is just drawn out of the environment, and it really feels like this kind of dilapidated, abandoned place where things just kind of decay away, you know? It's actually really interesting how they play with the color palette of the game. And then you get to the third act, and they go super hard on the whole Aztec and the sacrificial thing. And you get into the last boss area, and it just looks like the vacation spot for Pinhead from Hellraiser. You have all these weird torture contraptions, and there's like a human body cache that you activate the laser, and it literally like slices them in half. It's just crazy. It's just over the top, absolutely over the top, and completely engaging the entire time you're in the game. It's an amazing game. I will give them that. They have done their job, and I just can't wait to see what they have in store for us with the big update. And like I said, I wanted to be super respectful to the PoE2 community. I didn't want to make videos on stuff I didn't know. I didn't want to make stuff that, just because I know when the irons are hot, But I wanted to be really respectful with my content and not make anything that was just really kind of shitty. So now that I took some time to learn the game, went in blind, played hardcore solo self-found, enjoyed it like crazy. And I think I'm starting to get my bearings as to how I would like to make content for PoE2. Hey, what's up, Greg? Yeah, the laser slicing, bro. It was insane. It was so good. Yeah, and they haven't even seen the rest. There's so much more that they have coming to the game. And the Druid, man, I am so stoked to play the Druid. I want to see how well the companions actually operate with the Druid, how well they're designed, how they actually are implemented in terms of like how they deal damage, or if they buff your character, things like that. But I know that the first thing I'm definitely going to be doing is playing a shapeshift Druid. Like that's I know what Greg's going to be playing, but I know what I'm going to be playing. I'm always going to be jamming out on that companion Druid, getting that small petting zoo going immediately. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. I actually started playing around with my warrior, bro. I started making like these really weird builds, like just to see if the class was really as bad as people think it is, or if it's really just a mace weapon. I have like a bow warrior that's actually really, really good. And then I have a Sword and Shield Deadeye that I was playing around with, that or I should say Mason Shield Deadeye, that I was playing around with that I was really enjoying. But then Season 7 came out, and I was like, okay, well, now I gotta hop into Season 7. But to think that that game just has so much more content that they haven't given us yet and that they're working on, and you know, like, GGG is going to do it. Like, they're going to do something amazing. Like, they're going to, not only is it going to be good content, but the content isn't going to have, like, a ton of bugs. It's going to be really crisp. Have you tried out Season 7 yet, bro? With D4? Have you been on your, Wolves Companion builder or anything? And I'm not officially. Well, man, you gotta let me know. I'm gonna have to check out your streams whenever you get in. I'd like to see your reaction just to when you get your wolves build set up, get some of the witch powers on there. I think you'd be really happy with it. Although I don't blame you for having such a good time in PoE 2, man. It's been a heck of a ride playing that game. It's like once in a generation type of game. It's definitely breaking some new ground in the ARPG space. So much, yeah. It's almost, it can be overwhelming at first, but then it's like you start to really understand things and it doesn't feel that way. That's what I was kind of worried about when I first initially saw, like, the passive tree and everything, and I thought maybe that they wouldn't have actually been able to make it just a little bit better a little bit easier to understand. But then it's like, as soon as I got into the game, it all felt kind of, you know, really easy. And not to mention that there really wasn't a whole lot of bugs with the trees. So it's not like in D4 where you're kind of guessing as to what works and what doesn't work, and you really don't know unless you do quite a bit of testing. It's like everything worked pretty well, and you didn't really have to worry about that. Yeah, I feel like they did a really good job making it much more... Like, I think a lot of the changes they're going to do are going to make it even more casual friendly, but yeah, I definitely feel like they did a good job making, like, building your character out much easier to understand. And, you know, I don't think people would have an issue if they had a somewhat good idea as to how to make a build, to just making it their own, like, homebrew version of whatever popular build is out there. And I mean, as long as they didn't mess it up too bad, like, you know, put some wild stuff on their build that clearly wouldn't work, they should be at least able to get into the end game and get into some of the high tier maps. Let's see. We'll go amulets because rings doesn't give XP. We're almost there. We've almost got this capped out. And then we're going to mess around with this stupid Cataclysm. The evil Cataclysm build that is the Druid. You know, I will say one thing. I hope, even though that this is the high damage season for the Druid, I hope they don't count it. Because Cataclysm sucks. Cataclysm is what a sucky thing to have as your best build. I would rather play an Earth Spike build. No, I would rather play a pure Ravens build that is completely broken than play a Cataclysm build that you have to snapshot overpower everything into. Yeah, it's so... It's so lame, and the problem is it does so much more damage than everything else. It's like you can't even. It's just crazy the amount of damage that thing does. It makes you kind of wonder, like, why? Like, whose idea was this? Do they actually play the class? Do they know what people actually want when they're playing a druid? Because it's most certainly not casting and you know what's funny? The Cataclysm just only works like that off of a bug, because you only have to snapshot your overpowered crit one time into it, and then every time you refresh it, it basically keeps your overpowered crit snapshotted into it. So it's a bug. That's a bug entirely. Like, it's clearly not meant to do that. So the only reason why it's even remotely okay to play is because of a bug. Well, you certainly will have some big birds, I can tell you that. You'll have some very large birds that are flying around. You'll only see them for a second, but when you see them, they're going to be big. But yeah, they have made all of this stuff, like, I think when you get into it, you're going to like a lot of this Witch Tide, man. There's all these little events everywhere. They're not, you know, they're not super spaced out, so you can just get in there. There's tons of enemies in the area. Lots of stuff to kill. And then obviously wolves. Wolves is an incredibly powerful build for Druid. Even though, yes, the best build is Cataclysm, but, you know, Wolves had a massive, massive upgrade. Tons of damage going into the Wolves. I'm gonna try to have it out. I will say I'll try to have it out within like the next within the next 2 weeks or so. I'll try to hop back on Pulverize. And if I get the gear sooner, I have a really good pair of gloves. If I get the gear sooner, I will go ahead and jump in there, and then I'll adjust everything. And I'll adjust everything for the build to make sure that it's like super good for anybody who's going to be using it. I have the best of words. Super good. My immaculate vocabulary. I sound like a debate streamer. I'm so articulate. Yeah, I didn't mean to hop off of it. So I was intended to go ahead and get it to the end game, but then I don't know, man. Something about Bouldercane was just calling me, and then I want to get to the S tier Cataclysm setup. I see a lot of people having problems with it because of the survivability that a lot of people are seeing with just about everybody's Cataclysm build. And I pretty much think I've hammered it out to where there isn't an issue with survivability. I just gotta scale up the damage a little bit and get the right runes, so that way I can make a good video from it. I don't know, man. You watch wherever you want to watch. I don't think no. I don't think either or is any different at the moment. Whatever is convenient for you, don't worry about whatever's convenient for you. Probably, honestly, it's better for you to watch on Twitch anyway, because typically I don't get a ton of Twitch viewers, so, and you know how Twitch viewership works. Nobody's gonna see you when you're all the way down there. They ain't scrolling down there either. That's no man's land. That's the dead zone there. Like Christopher Walken. Terrible Christopher Walken impression. You know, my wife had the nerve. My wife had the nerve to say that what's his name? John Voight and Christopher Walken looked exactly the same. I was like, you're crazy, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. They look completely different. It was like 3 different people. Like 3 different dudes. She was like, all of these dudes look the same. I was like, no, they're just old white guys. Okay, that's the reason. They're just old and gray. That's the reason why they look the same. Just you tuning in, brother, is good enough for me, my man. How you choose to do it is entirely up to you. We are getting there. I actually kind of like how lengthy the grinding process is. It kind of gives you something to do with your characters. You get all of the coven upgrades. It's kind of nice. I don't even mind the lengthy grind to get all the occult gems. Like getting all the fugitive heads and everything. It definitely is nice to have something to look for. And like I said, I just wish there was more stuff to do with all that power. By the way, guys, if you're having a hard time getting your root hold sigils, just doing Tree of Whispers and getting the caches and then opening up silent chests is the best ways to really get those root hold sigils. They've actually made silent chests a lot more valuable this season, which I'm pretty happy about. Before they were pretty trash, now they're really good. I know a lot of people. I actually just finished up an article for Mobalytics about root holds, and I ended up adding in the new potion too, just because there really wasn't a whole lot I could think of to write about just the root holds themselves, other than the fact that they're really, really good for loot, and they're really fun. So I'm thinking about making like a video to kind of complement the article. I think the sad part is they don't have this Raven in Helltides. They need to add this thing in Helltides. I think they probably will after the season. I think they'll probably add that. Someplace where you can cash in your Tree of Whispers. At least I didn't see one when I went in there, but I have not spent a ton of time in Helltides. I think I went in there just to complete my season journey. I gotta finish up my seasonal journeys, though. Nice. We got ourselves a regular amulet. What do we got left? Pretty much everything. Let's go get these plants real fast. I think an interesting debate going on right now with PoE is like, should they have movement speed as an implicit on your boots? To which I will always say, they should definitely have movement speed on your boots. I feel like that's one thing about the game I think they could change in the early game, just giving players more movement speed. I think there's like giving players more movement speed and then maybe adding a little bit more resistances that you can pick up from doing your quests and stuff. Say like maybe 5% more in each difficulty in terms of giving you more resist for your character. And I do think that they should probably add some type of, you know, like maybe when you first kill the worm and the very first, the very first dungeon you do, you kill the big giant worm. I think maybe that worm should drop like 10% chaos resistance. And then when you do the cruelty difficulty venom quest, instead of it giving you 10% chaos res, maybe it just gives you an additional 5. Yeah, I don't mind it being slow, but I think we're too slow. Like, if you don't have any movement speed on your character, on your boots at all, you literally cannot dodge boss mechanics. Like, when you're fighting the first act boss, if he goes up into the air to do that crash down that he does, if you even hesitate for a second, like if you even have, like you're right in the middle of doing a skill or something, and you have no movement speed, you're gonna get hit by the boss. It's kind of silly, and I think it would put a lot of new players coming to the game. It would put them off to the game. Like if they just give them maybe like 10-15% movement speed onto your boots as an implicit stat, I think that'd be really good. Hey, what's up, brother? Let's see. Let's go over here, do this. We're almost there. We only need a little bit more. Yeah, I just feel like it's not necessary. And I remember watching their podcast live stream with DM and the other guy. I think his name's like Gazzy or something. And it's like they're like, no, we want you to have to get movement speed. And it's like, but is it really? I mean, do you really want that to be a mandatory? I mean, it's fine if you get it. Like, it's fine if you still want to get movement speed, because people will still want to get movement speed. But does it have to be that harsh of a penalty? Just because I feel like it makes the game feel more, I guess, more like a chore sometimes. Like moving around the environment doesn't feel good. And I don't think it's something that would overall hurt the game itself. Now, I will say that, unlike in D4, I feel like movement speed in PoE 2 is incredibly valuable, and I wouldn't want them to just give you like an insane amount of it, because that would be too much. Because it actually does affect like the overall difficulty, having more movement speed. I just feel like you need something. Yeah, tons of boots just go straight in the trash. And even if they're really good, like, you want to have them, but they're just missing movement speed. If they just had 10% movement speed or 15%, you could make the argument like, okay, I'm definitely going to keep these. I might lose some movement speed, but it's okay. But, yeah, like, all of your movement speed? Hell no. I'm not. I will junk those boots so fast, I don't even give a shit what they got on them. And then, like I said, with resistances, just because, and I do like the fact that they made it where you can now swap out your glyphs, not glyphs, but your runes you socket into your armor. I like that. That's a nice change. I just think they need to go a little bit further and add like maybe 5% more resistance for every resistance you can get between, you know, the different acts. So like 15% fire, lightning, ice, or frost resistance, and then maybe add the 10% chaos resistance to the worm, because it's so, you run into poison damage so soon in the game, like it's everywhere all the time, and not having any chaos res kind of feels you know, it just feels like an unnecessary burden on the player in getting through those initial acts. Now, like, when you get to Act 2, I mean, when you get to Cruelty difficulty, it's not really that bad because it's a little bit easier. You find higher rolls of different gear stats. But that first playthrough on a fresh character, no gear, no anything to kind of lean on for, like, leveling your character, poison damage, like, it just feels really, really powerful. Like, damage over time effects in general feel really, really strong. And I'm only speaking, like, for new players. Obviously, older players who understand, you know, what they need to do, it's going to be it's not that big of a deal. But I would love to have as many people enjoy the game as possible, like, to really get an opportunity to play through a significant amount of the content before they decide to make their minds up. All right, brother. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, my man. And then maybe give us more inventory space. I don't know. I feel like that would be nice to have a bigger inventory space. So that way we can actually carry more items. So I feel like I just can't even carry any loot, man. I feel like for an ARPG, and I know you're not supposed to, but it still feels kind of sad to leave everything on the ground. Especially like when I want to get some gold early on in the game and I'm trying to like farm up some gold maybe to buy something out of the vendor. It's like, well, I either go back to the vendor every 2 seconds to sell my inventory of items that are, you know, 10 and 12 gold or whatever, or I don't do that, and maybe I don't have enough gold to buy whatever, like, really good item that might pop up in the vendor. So it'd be kind of nice if they expanded the inventory. No, thank you. No. Well, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. All right. Open says me. Hold on, give me just a second. There we go. Had to block that guy real fast. I don't want any solicitation. Let me run over here and turn this in real fast so that way I can actually get the whispers for this. Does he have a head? No, he does not. Where'd she go? Come back over here. Let's get this, This is the only event I think I don't like, that just because it moves so slow and the enemies spawn so slow. And you gotta kill 120 of them. It'd be nice if it was just a little bit faster, maybe spawn like double the enemies inside of the circle. Alright, come on. You see what I'm saying? Like, she is just moving at a snail's pace here. I'm killing everything. We're just on this journey together. Alright, there we go. I think I finished it up. And let's go craft our last occult gem, our base level occult gem for this setup. Let's do 2 hand weapons. Why not? I could probably use some more. I don't have a whole bunch of really good ones. Then I gotta do some glyph leveling on my Cataclysm setup. Let's see, attack speed. We don't really need attack speed for anything. What does it have on it? What's this? 27%. We will toss this. I gotta open these with a new character too. Get our resplendent spark. Man, I wish they didn't change, like, crafting a resplendent spark, like 2 of them for like 50 million. You could just select which one you wanted to craft instead of making it random. I don't like the way they changed that. It's not terrible, but I would much rather have to get like 4 resplendent sparks and craft the mythic unique that I want than get 2 and 50 million to get something completely random. I'll keep that. I'm gonna have to clear out these what do I have? I'm gonna have to clear out my stash eventually. Probably after I finish my Cataclysm setup. I'll clear my stash out. Power, yeah, then I want to get the
You have something. Show me.
the totaling wish. There we go. Until I can get enough eds for the top tier occult gem. Yeah, we have no problem getting up our armor this season. It's really just capping your resistances. That just seems to be the burden on you. Just because you don't get that 12% from your occult gems, you only get 8%. That there. Those. And let's go ahead and just transfer 6 of these onto my other character. Okay, everything should be good to go. Oh, well, let me check something real quick. What do I have to do on my seasonal journey? 3 more powers to level 7. Level 20, I should say. Level 7, what am I saying? There we go. These are really expensive. These, specialization, the forgotten powers. Really, really expensive to level. Need like 2 more.
It is too expensive.
Let's go ahead and level this guy all the way up. He should probably be close to level. This is going to be my Lightning Storm hybrid Kata Lightning Storm character. I know we have an armory system, but I refuse to use it. I don't know why. I just don't like it. Let's see.
That looks worn. I can fix it. Don't ruin all that work.
Hopefully we get some good compasses. I'd like to get a couple more tins. I think we won't be able to level up all the way. Pretty bad. Pretty bad necklaces.
Forge is ready for whatever. How can I help?
Yeah, we'll probably need a couple more just to get this guy finished. I love the fact that I don't have to do the class mechanic anymore more than one time. That is incredibly, incredibly useful. Nice change that they made. Because, oh my god, doing the Druid's class mechanic was super annoying. Lose my mind doing that class mechanic every single time you make a character. Yeah, we'll probably just need a few more. Like, maybe not a few, more than a few. Or like 7. Spirit on kill. No. No. How good is this? Trash. Trash. All bad, but lots of, wait. Did we get any maxed out? Yeah, there's one maxed. Close. Not close. And a max. Nice.
That looks worn.
Not that they're aspects I'll actually use, but at least they're maxed out. Did we get any 10s? We did. We got 1 10. And we got 1 root hold. That's good. The rest of that's trash. 2 Whispering Keys. So this is what I'm going to scale down. This is basically what I have changed in my Cata build now. So as you can see, I have armor cap for... So I'm in tier 3 right now. So I have armor cap for tier 4. And I have our resistance caps now for tier 4. And there's still plenty of stuff to do on the armor, obviously. But what I did was I took a chest off. I took the Mad Wolf's Glee and the Insatiable Fury option out. And I just said normal chest, Mending Stone aspect, but that can be a flex spot with max life, armor, and all resists on the chest piece. And that should hold you over until you get to having that Shroud of False Death with the giant roll of all stats and, you know, extra passive ranks. Pretty much everything else was, you know, generally the same, nothing too significant in terms of changes with the gear. But then I am going to scale back my base Paragon board to look like this. I just have to level up all of the glyphs to 46, so that way they are all active. That way players have a better idea as to how they should be building out their Paragon boards. I think I'm good. I'm just going to toss these glyphs in there. Or runes. Pick up the keys. Pick up the potions here. And then I am running Vengeful Spirit instead of Piranado. And then I have, I ended up grabbing up the Poison Frog just because the Whispering, what is this thing? Yeah, the Hex of Whispers. It's just not a good one. Just not a good Hex. It doesn't really do much for me or for your character. So we're going Hex of Shattering, Force of Will. These will be our 3 decay powers, growth and decay powers. Then we're going to use Vengeful Spirit Servant to give us a little bit more tankiness. And because I've added a lot of more tankiness to the build, I went ahead and switched to Gift of the Stag to give us a bigger pool of max spirit to give our ultimate a little bit more punch when we do get the overpower crit going. But I haven't gotten that far yet. I still need the at least a Bach or Igni rune or something, some additional rune to help with building stuff up, because I do not have one yet, and I don't have the other rune for the overpower crit either. So I'm trying to farm it up myself. It's taking a minute. So we'll do like a tier 60 and then just climb from tier 60. So that way we don't get ourselves killed. I'm using a Neo right now to activate the double damage, though.
I'm with you.
So I just kind of like run around a pack of enemies first, and then get it activated like that. Obviously I can't take damage. And then I'll go ahead and that's basically it. And then we just run through everything and dodge and evade. It's kind of weird, like, jumping onto this build after playing, like, Bouldercane, because I gotta remember the buttons to press. I'll start making little mistakes here and there, just because I have them mapped out differently. Oh, I forgot to level my gear up to like tier 2. I try to get everything to at least tier 2. And I need to get my Hurricane up a little bit more so that way it's up 100% of the time. We're still doing pretty decent damage without the overpower crit, which is kind of nice. Like, I think this is enough damage to get into tier 4. But then we'll probably still be, we might be hurting a little bit. Because we definitely need that overpower crit. So I think what we'll do is we'll try to get our glyphs to 46 at like tier 60s. And then probably scale into tier 4 after that. Shouldn't take too long. Let me level up this gear real quick.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I don't really care what I get. Just need more of everything that I have. Yeah, that's the only pair. I didn't want Petrified Duration, but unfortunately, the game wanted me to have Petrified Duration a lot. Because even after I reset the item, I still could not get Hurricane Duration. That's what really kind of hurt me. Oh, nice. Well, that's always good. When you get lucky. And you're not trying to be lucky. Man, I'd really love to get that Petrified Duration off of there. That kind of sucks. I don't think I have another pair of pants with like armor and max life or something that like armor and something else to where I can roll resistances. I don't think I do. Yeah, I need like max life and armor or max life and all resist. Yeah, I still need a good pair of pants. This has Hurricane. Oh, I forgot about these. Well, that's perfect. I forgot all about these. This was from my Bouldercane character. I knew there was a reason why I kept these. Armor, max life, and all resist. Good. Bang. Well, never mind. What did I have on this? I forget. Storm Shifter? Yeah, Storm Shifter.
Return soon.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I'm glad I didn't break that down because I think I was going to break it down. Make sure, yeah, all my resistances are good. I'll stick this back in the chest just in case I need a pair of pants with Petrified Duration. I highly doubt it, though. Come on, get around the pole, man. So now we should be set. I think the only thing that's a bit annoying is that if you use your pulverize and you hit it on your double damage quas glyph, that quas rune, that it will automatically drain your resources even when you have your Milnick ring up and active with your Cataclysm. Yeah, now we just have enough that we don't even have to dodge through stuff. Yeah, I just have to make this good enough that I don't have to worry about it in hardcore, so that way if anybody plays this in softcore, it's way, way better. It's just, I didn't have enough time on the PTR to really test everything out, and it's kind of unfortunate, because I would have probably had the build a little bit better had I had that time. I mean, I knew what I needed for damage, but it's like when you factor in the occult gems and not having 12% all resist, basically you're just like, okay, well, how much gear should I have to invest in armor versus resistances? And I just like underestimated the impact of that extra 12% resistance. Let me make my home dungeon here for right now. That way I don't have to do it like that. But all this should already be updated in the build, like what I currently have on. I just have to switch out I have to take points out of the Paragon board. And that way people have a better idea. But the witch powers and the gear pieces should be adjusted. And then once I make the build video, any further adjustments I'll make to the build will be detailed in the change log. I almost wish I had a few extra skill points for the pulverized damage reduction that you get from the second passive that nobody uses now, but it would be really good for this build. I don't think you need it for softcore though. Just for hardcore, having the extra damage reduction would be nice. Yeah, I feel like the piranha tornado was just redundant on the build. I feel like it wasn't necessary. Having the vengeful spirit just feels really good. You hide behind right here. Alright, there we go. We got Dominate done. Man, when I get that double damage crit, I mean the overpower crit, going on this double damage Cataclysm, I cannot. Then I will have almost everything done for the build. Yeah, that's a little bit too much damage. More HP would probably help with all that. More HP and more damage, obviously. The more damage, the faster you kill, the less that there is to deal with in terms of, like, AoEs. I could probably use provocation right now, but I just don't feel like I don't feel like waiting for the provocation proc just to, like 12 seconds just feels like a long time. Like waiting 12 seconds at the beginning of the dungeon. It's not like I'm pushing pits or anything. Let's do electrocution. Oh, I didn't even notice I maxed out my almost. We'll get whispering keys. We'll get a bunch of whispering keys and then put some in the chest, I think. Oh, that takes me a lot less time. Just spam the button. Buy in bulk. They should, the A should be like buy all. Here, let's do the finger trick. There we go. All that's done. Super exciting. Now we have all the whispering keys we need. I'm gonna be oh, never mind. It's close. I was like, I'm gonna be super efficient and go back and pick up those apples. At least suppressor enemies are still annoying. It's funny, how do you tell an enemy type is way too overtuned? It can sustain itself even against builds that do trillions of damage. I feel like suppressor domes should definitely be pulled down just a little bit. Like negating everything, like there should be a, I don't know, maybe like a damage amount that will cause the suppressor dome to fall, instead of it being like, oh yeah, you just got to be inside of it. But then again, we do way too much damage, so it would kind of suck to not have anything that give you a little resistance. I feel like if the damage was done correctly on player power, then, you know, suppressor enemies could be brought down a little bit.
Hello.
Not hello, leave dungeon. And I gotta get a scroll of escape for this character. I'll tell you what. Petition Blizzard to install a pause button. That pause button is so nice in PoE. Tell you what. My little ones will come running in here, wanting my attention. I just hit the pause button. Bang. My wife needs me to do something. Pause button. Everything just dies. I mean, I know I'm in a tier 61. Obviously, everything's gonna die. But, I mean, my gear is just not even there yet. I don't even have the overpowered crit going. I don't have so many things going, and everything just still falls right over. I just have to make sure that my overall tankiness is there for tier 4. Running, running. Like a Black Eyed Peas. Oh, really? Gonna go through right here into me? I think my wife is tickling my little man out in the living room. I can hear him laughing his little head off. Let's do 62. Dude, I love the frog, man. The frog is so cool. And I thought the frog would be a good addition because it does have a taunt, and I feel like you know, just taking one enemy off your character might, you know, feel somewhat useful every now and again. Plus, I mean, it's a frog, bro. Why wouldn't you want to have a frog? This man is up at midnight. I might go ahead and level my Erdas up again, just to have that really low cooldown. Just use whatever Obdicite I have left. Uh-oh, did I let it fall off? I think I hit it right before it fell off. Doesn't seem like I'm losing anything. Like I said, I'm trying to keep myself capped out at the 200 Paragon. So, like, my objective for the videos is to do everything up to a tier 100 dungeon without adding all of the Paragon points. So that way people have a better idea as to what the build can do without having every little piece of gear and or really anywhere close to a perfect setup. I mean, that's really my objective. It's like my Bouldercane video. It's like I had terrible, you know, pretty overall bad gear, and I did a tier 100. So I feel like if I can do that in hardcore, basically playing hardcore solo self-found, then it should be possible just about for anybody to play around like that in softcore and not have any issues overall. Hey, what's up, brother? We are just leveling some glyphs here before I go into tier 4. Making sure I have my 200 Paragon points set up correctly with my Cataclysm. Where are you at? Like, what level are you? You just need a power level? Yeah, sure. Give me just a second. Are you on my friends list? If so, what's your name on my friends list? Okay, so just add me on BattleNet. It's NikoWrex hashtag 1304, and I'll get you leveled up real fast. NikoWrex, like my name. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Okay. Let me just get done with this, and I'll add you. You can jump in, and I'll level you up. Yeah, no problem. I do it all the time. I don't mind at all. It's like I'm already doing it. Like I'm already doing these dungeons. Why not? And you're here, and I can talk to you directly to tell you, like, hey, it's safe. So you don't jump in and end up getting, like, one shot. It only takes a second. Like, it's really not that inconvenient to power level somebody. Hey, have a good night. Have a good night. Get some rest. Thanks for stopping by. No, it's not really. I'm fine-tuning the build and my build and mobalytics to make sure that it's a lot more friendly to players just coming to the build. So yeah, it's not too hard. You do need a few, you know, a few uniques, I would say, to really get it going really well. But overall, no, it's not too hard to build into. Hey, you. I hear you in there. You laughing and giggling. Yeah, he got some congestion. Yeah. Oh. I've been saying some things. Yes, you gonna tell everybody? Talk to everybody? Do you have anything to say for yourself since you're up at midnight? You want a snack? Yeah. Go get a snack. Why? Yeah, I remember you, Sky. See ya. I have a pretty good memory, okay? I can't remember names too well, but I have a pretty decent memory. Which Druid are you? Where are you at? Or just invite me to your party. Invite me to your party. I don't know if I can invite you to mine. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, of course. I remember. You've been in here for a little while, you know. I gotta remember, right? Alrighty, let's I'll let you know, hop on over here and I'll let you know when it's clear. I'll probably drop it down to 60 just to keep it. Oh yeah, you know I appreciate it no matter what. I appreciate it no matter what. Well, whatever time, if you click on my channel, you got some time, you want to say what's up, I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna do some 60s just to see how well this is, because again, my damage isn't quite there yet with the because I don't have the overpower crit going. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that they were remarkable. You know, they weren't very remarkable, so I don't necessarily blame you. Not yet. Don't come in yet. Let me clear out this first area. You can come in. Hop on in. I'll wait till you get in here. Yeah, I would say it's a great time. You know, I will tell you there isn't anything new in the end game. Like, it's still the pit, but everything else feels insanely good. You can hop on in to the pit. Are you still in, are you in the loading screen or something? Did I? Okay, there you go. I'm like, where? I'm like, what? Where are you at? All right, let me get my cat going back up. Yeah, the last couple seasons haven't been remarkable, but you know, there are a lot of really cool. The witch powers are really good, man. I mean, you will have a blast, and depending on what character you're playing. I think there are quite a few things you can enjoy. Like Necro's really good this season. Yeah, it's now. Here's the thing, though. Like, you do have to communicate. It's fun. It's not rewarding. Well, I haven't checked it out this season yet, so maybe I should before I say that. Maybe they have improved the rewards. The raid itself is incredibly fun, and if you get a good team together, you can and you learn the mechanics, you can really hammer it out. The problem is, it wasn't really rewarding like that, you know, and because it's not, even if it's fun, if it's not rewarding, people aren't going to do it. Because it is a bit of a hassle if you end up, you know, wiping and you have to basically restart the bosses and stuff and no one's communicating well. And if there's no real reason to go through that, it's kind of unfortunate. But again, I haven't played it this season, so I didn't look at the patch notes specifically regarding if they buffed up the rewards for it. But it is fun. And it's not incredibly difficult, but it's got its level of difficulty. I don't think it's free to play. I think you definitely have to have the expansion to access it. Yeah, you have to have the DLC. And I'm not sure how much the DLC is right now on Game Pass, or if it's on Game Pass. There might be a deal, or they have had quite a few deals for the base game, obviously, because they're trying to get people to buy the DLC. But I don't know if there are any deals going on right now. Yeah, they have rune words and everything you can use, but you got to have the DLC. But like everything, you know, if you wait a little while, even the DLC is going to be dirt cheap. And apparently they're really trying to push more into making more, like, updates, more DLC content, stuff like that, to expand on the game. Well, that might be a reason to get it. You know, get the deal. I don't think it's. I'm not sure how expensive it is. I know it wasn't too expensive. Like the base DLC was like $40. But that can be expensive for anybody. Like, I could definitely understand. Or it might not be worth it in your opinion if you don't feel like there's enough significance to it. Let me go turn in my whispers real quick. Oh, yeah, definitely. Then money definitely is tight. I can understand that. You definitely don't have room to spend on a DLC. Well, I did. I will say I did recently do a giveaway. I got free battle pass keys. I was pretty excited about that. So, uh, I did get in the partner program with Diablo. So hopefully I'll be able to do a lot of giveaways in the future. And eventually, if I can get this, if I can get my community rolling, and I get enough people, and I get partnered everywhere, and I can start making a decent amount of money off of the advertisement revenue and everything, I can start like coming out of pocket for some cool giveaways and stuff. Because I really want to do that stuff like a lot. I like doing giveaways. I think that's so cool. I want to be like a mini Mr. Beast if I could. That'd be badass someday to be able to give somebody a Lamborghini or something. That'd be badass. Bloodwave Necro's really good. Sork has quite a few good builds. Druid, I made a Bouldercane build that's really fun this season. Shred's really good on the Druid. Barbarian has like a crazy Earthquake build this season that a lot of people love. And it does work now. They were having issues with it at first. Like, I guess the chest piece wasn't working. Don't come in yet. There could be a couple enemies. Okay, you should be safe to come in. But yeah, Barb, pretty much every class is pretty good in terms of like dealing damage and getting through the content. And then Cataclysm this season is ridiculously overpowered, unfortunately. So it's like the top build for the Druid. But I wouldn't recommend it if you're not having, because it's not necessarily, like I'm doing it for my build guide and stuff. But I wouldn't recommend it if you're just looking to have just fun like crazy. I think Rogue has some really good stuff this season. I think Rogue is doing pretty well. You should check out like Wadijo maybe and see what he's doing, or Lucky. I don't know if Lucky Luciano, or I think that's how you pronounce his name. I don't know if he's been playing the Season 7 or if he hasn't just been busy with PoE 2. But they have some really good Rogue builds. I am a Druid through and through, so. Death Trap and Rain of Arrows? Okay. There we go. Death Trap and Rain of Arrows is apparently really good. And then Dance of Knives is good to like pit 60 apparently. Pit 60 to pit 80. Pit 60 to pit 80. I mean, that's kind of low for the season. Pit 60 to pit 80. Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate that they're charging to have early access, but the good thing is when PoE 2 finally launches, which I imagine will be, you know, obviously sometime this year, maybe mid-year, probably maybe close to the summertime, it's going to be free to play. And so you won't have any issue. And I will tell you this much, you definitely will have a blast. Like, if you're looking for that kind of mix, that difficult content, but that it's really rewarding, similar to like a Souls-like game, it's right there. And by the time they release it free to play, it's probably going to be 10 times better than what it is now. And it's already, in my opinion, the best action RPG I've ever played. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I just haven't made any content for it yet because I was, you know, I wanted to learn the game first and not make any half-assed content. But I didn't want to look at any guides. So I wanted to learn the game organically, get my own ideas on the game without needing, like, you know, it's kind of lame if you, I wouldn't say it's lame, but if you're trying to really gauge whether a game is good for like casual players, you can't really do that if you're using a bunch of guides. So but yeah, it's really good. Oh, wait a second. Did I forget to do my glyph levels? I think I'm forgetting to do my glyph levels because it's popping up back here. It'll be worth it. By the time it's free to play, it'll be in a better state than it's ever been. And there are a lot of balance issues. You know, there are some one-shot issues. Certain mob types have their damage is a little bit too excessive. Certain boss abilities, their damage is a little bit too excessive. And then obviously certain classes, certain builds with certain classes and certain weapon types are a bit overtuned. I don't have an extra one. I need the one that I have for my Lightning Storm build. If I did, I would give it to you for free. Might have to let this run out. I think I didn't get the double damage in there. Maybe I did. No, I don't think I got the double damage in there. Yeah, I definitely didn't get the double damage in. I'll wait a second. There we go. Yeah, I have a few other uniques, but I only have one extra one, and that one I'm using for a build. I can try to farm up some. I think I have a few boss mats. I'm not sure. I have to look at my chest. Might have to kill some of the other bosses just to get some Duriel runs. I need the runes anyway. I still need to get a Igni, still need to get a Bach rune, still need to fight a few runes. Haven't had much luck with runes yet. Yeah, I am from the States. Florida, to be exact. I live in Florida. Alrighty. Yeah, we should only have to do a couple more. You should be good. You should be set after that. And then I have my Earth and Sky glyph done after this next one. Just got two more to do. Oh, dang, I didn't even realize I wasn't using my potion. Ever since they changed the, death, death potion, I can't remember what it was called specifically, but ever since they changed that, it's hard for me to remember to use my potions. You just clear out these 2 rooms here to make sure there's nothing. Alright, you should be safe. You should be safe. Just jump on in. Yes. Is mommy making you something to eat? Yes. What are you trying to do? You trying to take something from me? Oh, I see. He just came in. He came in here and took my phone down. My 5-year-old just turned 5. He brought home a little bit of a cold, so now my 1-year-old, he's over here burning the midnight oils, can't go to sleep, too congested. But still has the energy, of course, because you know he's 1, so we always have energy then for anything. By the way, Legoland, they don't play about their policies, okay? I just want to say that. Legoland, me and my wife had a little trip planned for my 5-year-old's birthday, and it was like the weather was supposed to be good, and then it wasn't good. And they were like, "Oh, no, sorry, you gotta, it has to be like an emergency." They wanted very detailed information if you had an emergency. It was a bit ridiculous. I did grab my I grabbed my glyph levels. This isn't a bad axe. I wish they would change the axe though. They should they should change the axe implicit to damage while healthy instead of damage to healthy enemies. Okay. Give me just a second. There's enemies right at the start. Okay, you should be safe to come in. Coming? Man, these 21 points would be so useful right now, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm not gonna use. Oh, nice. A double GA pair of gloves. I bet it's absolutely garbage. I think we can go ahead and do tier 4. We'll wait till we get you to... I'll wait till I get you to 60 and then I'll... Oh, that's not bad. Max life, overpower. It's not too bad. Overpower's not the best, but at least it's decent enough. Decent enough to keep. Oh, let me throw this other one in there.
See some steel you need.
Let me see. Yeah, I only have the one. I think I only have the one Tempest Roar. I had a bunch of Vasily's Prayer, but the one Tempest Roar. And it has Wild Impulses too, so... Should be safe for you to come in now. It's pretty nice entrance. Not too many enemies. I remember one time I was helping a guy out level his character, and I cleared out the entire area, but there was an invisible, one of the little invisible assassin guys that had just I guess I did not see him, or he didn't come out of invisibility soon enough, and Joker like came right into the dungeon, and I was just like a couple rooms ahead, just knifed him right in the back. Just one, and then you can just keep carrying over the same snapshot over and over again. The only time you have to deal with anything silly is when you get Shroud of False Death, because what'll happen is sometimes if you're not paying attention, your Cataclysm will line up with your Provocation buff, and that overpower from Provocation will overwrite your Cataclysm snapshots from your Quas rune and your I think it's, what is it again, Zan or something like that. It'll overwrite that, and then if you'll have to refresh it. You'll have to basically just redo the whole thing. You have to let it fall off though. Yeah, no problem. Anytime, brother. Anytime. Or sister. I just seen your Mona. I don't know. Jury's out on that one. Yeah, but no problem.
See some steel you need.
Anytime you see me on. Oh, sure, yeah, you can. We'll do a couple more. Why not? We'll do a couple more. I don't mind. Do like some 62s. Yeah, you can stay for a couple more. Because there really ain't much further to go. Once you're in tier 4, that's about it. I don't like this map in the opening. I think you're good to go. I think you can come in. You should be able to come in. It's the big open map, so everything should be clear, but I always hate the, it's like anything could get attracted to, like, pull that way, and then... Should be able to clear the first level and get the portal anyway. Do you need any other pieces of gear, maybe? Like, I have other pieces of gear. I don't know if you need anything specific. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of stuff in my chest. You just gotta let me know what you need. I just don't have an extra Tempest Roar. But I might have an extra of something else. Did I not hit my, No, I don't. It's safe to come in now. I don't think I hit the Cataclysm, though. That's weird. I thought I did. I'll let it run out. Here we go. man, I would love to have. I need to go ahead and farm up bosses anyway. I gotta get some bossing mats so I can get some good runes. I have a few decent legendary rune words, but none of them that I actually need. If I get desperate, I might go ahead and trade for them. I might go ahead. I'll swap like one of the ones that I have for something, or buy one from somebody. Because sometimes I can just have really bad luck. Yes, we've been talking about some PoE 2 in the stream. I definitely played it. It is an amazing game. Love it. In fact, I'm eagerly anticipating the Druid class for PoE 2. I'm super excited for when that comes out. And I play hardcore solo self-found in PoE 2. I do have one hardcore character in Trade League, but I play hardcore solo self-found in PoE 2. Mostly, almost exclusively. But I have one in Trade. I personally prefer PoE 2 because I like the difficulty. The difficulty is... Oh yeah, the Huntress. I've heard good things. Yeah, I like the difficulty. I feel like they've really nailed it in terms of overall balance between, like, you know, the bosses are not so difficult that they feel like terrible, but it feels rewarding when you do. Damn it! You're gonna have to wait a second. I didn't mean to do that, but it feels rewarding when you finally beat them. They're at least difficult enough that it feels rewarding when you finally beat them. But for me, I like PoE 2 and for the difficulty. I would say, like, if you're a player who needs to have something that's a lot easier to pick up and play, I think D4 is still better in terms of, like, your overall pick up and play experience. Being able to do things fast, level your characters fast, try multiple builds fast, everything really fast. You can come in now. Like, hands down, D4 is probably the best pick-up and play action RPG there is right now on the market. But my overall opinion, like, nothing I've ever played, it compares to, like, PoE 2 in terms of just overall quality of an action RPG. And the fact that there's still a lot more left to come to the game is just crazy. Like, yeah, I've heard people wait for that. It's like all the classes everybody wants to play weren't in early access. You know, but I've been having a blast on Warrior and trying out different weapon combinations with the Warrior. So I was pretty happy. I felt like I really did a good job when the season launched. So I went into the game, no guides, nothing, just completely learning everything organically. And I did manage to get my first Warrior on the hardcore leaderboards, but I died at 64. And then my second Warrior, I got all the way to 82 and got on the hardcore solo self-found leaderboards around like rank 800. And, you know, I don't have a whole lot of time to go crazy and grind. So I felt like pretty good as a casual dad gamer at the time getting on the leaderboards. My third Warrior, I haven't had a chance to really put a lot of time into. Just because Season 7 came out for D4, so I have obligations as well as I have to cover D4 because I enjoy it. But I am really excited to get back and get back to making my Warrior build. And I had a Deadeye build. I had a Mason Shield Deadeye build I was making, and then a Bow Warrior build I was making. So pretty outrageous styles of build creation, but that's the kind of builds I like to make. I think, I don't know. I don't think they've set a specific date, but I'm hoping that it's with this big new patch that's probably coming at some point in time. Most likely in February from what I've heard. Like, they're supposed to have a big update coming relatively soon, and I've heard February from some very reliable sources, but it could be March, you know, so, but it's supposed to be coming out soon, so I'm hoping it's then, but if not, I'll still be playing it. I haven't made any content for it yet, just because I wanted to make sure that I actually understood the game for myself, and that, you know, I didn't want to put out any half-assed content for the PoE2 community just out of respect. But I think I have an idea what I'm going to make, what I'm going to start with. Yeah, man, I'm excited for that Druid. The first thing I'm going to do is make a shapeshift build. I want some kind of cool transforming build. I'm really eager to play the bear. Like, I seen that bear roll on the when they were doing a lot of the showcasing of the gameplay and the whole bear rolling, and I just thought that was hilarious.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
So I'm going to do a few more of these, and I'm going to move up to tier 4, okay? But I'm not going to do any more pits after I get 46. I have other stuff I have to do. So if you can survive, you're more than welcome to tag along. But I'll be in tier 4. I'll probably be doing some witch tides, and I might jump... probably just be strictly doing witch tides so I can farm up a few fugitive heads. Because I need fugitive heads to make my cold gems. Yeah, I hope that Druid, man. I hope for that Druid. Big time. I'll definitely be making build guides for that. And I'm excited to try out some new weapon types. I'm not a big fan of the slow pace of the mace and shield. And I really don't like Stampede. I don't like the Stampede builds. I think it looks silly. And that feels like generally the only solid build you can make with mace and shield. Not that there aren't other builds, obviously. You can make them, but in terms of like overall like just playability, it feels like they're not as good. There's too much wind up on every attack. Everything feels like it takes half a century before you get your attack out. So I'm excited to see what they'll do with like two-hand axe, two-hand sword. That's really what I want to be playing around with. I think the two-hand axe is probably going to be like a fire-themed weapon when you when you fight Blackjaw, and I think the two-hand sword is probably going to be more like ice, from like when you fight the Count in Act 1. That's probably what I imagine. If they have elemental abilities, obviously it's probably primarily going to be physical damage. But it would be cool to be able to get more use out of the Avatar of Fire passive that you have at the top of the warrior tree. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do with armor, though, since armor's so bad in the game. It's kind of sad. I mean, Energy Shield is basically HP. You know, it's basically super HP. And then Evasion just outright evades damage. But armor just kind of like, you know, it has really bad diminishing returns. I hope they give it something, because I would like to make a really tanky, armored up warrior or some kind of character that has like a lot of armor, but you know, if it's just outright bad, I'm not going to use it. I'll just go a different direction with my pathing on my passive tree. But yeah, I'm loving me some PoE 2. I think my two favorite boss fights so far in the game, in the campaign, are the first boss fight you have with the Executioner, and then the boss fight you have on the Tower of Filth or whatever it's called, when you fight the rotten lady. I can't remember her name, but as soon as she spawns, she's like coming out of this vat of just nasty, like muck, like putrid, infectious looking muck, just, you know, fungal, you know, fungus stuff growing everywhere. And then she, like, it's so weird. I don't know who thought of this, but it's they are a creepy person. Well, they're probably not creepy, they're probably pretty cool, but she like grabs her breast and like squeezes pus out of it. It's pretty disgusting, but it's really over the top, and I thought, man, that's actually pretty scary, like a pretty like weird, like cringe-inducing horror moment. Like, this is it's like they really embodied the idea of filth. I don't like some kind of infectious breast milk coming out of this lady. I'm like, this is disgusting. This is like a truly disgusting character in the game. And then, like, she immediately rolls out at you with a big old giant two-hand mallet, and just, it's crazy. It's a crazy game. I love it, though. Just all the horror in the game is just crazy. They really don't even care. They just, like, go all out. All right, that looks scary. I was like, why is all that stuff falling from the ceiling? Oh, one more. Come on. All right, we got one more. One more of these, and then we're going to tier 4. I gotta spin my ovals real fast. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I think we'll just go for... I think we'll go for a bunch of amulets. God knows I'm going to need them. Let's see. Max life. Nope. We don't need max life. Not on the amulet, at least. Let's go gloves. That's what I'll do. I'll go gloves, because I definitely need to get, like, plus ranks to shred, plus ranks to landslide. All right, we got one more. One more in us, and then we're going to T4 to farm some headhunts. I'll wait for this stupid supernova. Okay, you should be able to come in. Sorry, I forgot to tell you about last time. I was kind of caught up. Wasn't even thinking about it. Oops, that was not good. I didn't even notice my, Oh, maybe I hit it at a good time anyway. My Cataclysm kind of fell off there. Alrighty. Kill the Blood Bishop. I think we'll do... There we go. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and go to the tier 4 one, okay? Yep, no problem. Like I said, anytime. Anytime. I have no problem. If I find another Tempest Roar, I'll keep you in mind too. Alright, let's do Torment 4. Now, hopefully our damage reduction is good. I hope everything is pretty solid. I have everything that I can get on the Paragon board, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Should be okay. I'm just hoping the damage is... Yeah, the damage is plenty fine. I just got to get the overpower crit rune. If I don't have that, then it's kind of... I can probably work my way around getting that set up with a different invocation rune, but I definitely need the ritual rune. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the damage that I'm seeing my health drop a little bit. Even though it's a little bit, it still feels like, I don't know. It's not crazy, but I definitely don't want to get caught up like in a explosion or anything. I almost think I should go damage reduction on my flicker step boots, maybe, instead of ultimate damage. I might not have to though. Maybe like 2 crits into ultimate damage, 1 crit into damage reduction from close enemies. That might work out pretty well. As long as I have a G8 of those 2 things, it'll probably work out pretty good. But I only have a G8 to the damage to ultimate right now. So that's what I end up putting some stuff in. Some Masterworks. I got like 1 Masterwork in that, and then I think I got lucky and got one of the damage reduction too. Pretty easy. We'll just go Earth and Sky, Earth and Electrocution. As long as I can get to tier 100 without using these points, without changing my gear up too dramatically, which I shouldn't have to, as soon as I get the, as soon as I get what I need for my runes, it should be good to go. And my Colt Gem should be fine.
I've seen all manner of wounds.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Alright, let's go do some head hunts. See if we can conjure up a fugitive head. I need like 2 of them. I have what I have right here. Do I have an extra gem in here? I do. Forgot all about it. I'll break that.
There is power in these stones.
All right. Let's go see what we can get into. More minutes. Oh, I thought I already did finish that up. At least I don't have to worry about my borders disappearing. That's one positive. Get another. Let's go over here. I think we'll end up having to farm up some bosses on my boulder build and hopefully get like the runes we need. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'd prefer to get lucky and just get them as a drop on this character. Yeah, see, I got my armor capped and my res capped. I just had to use plain chest is all. I don't think I got the snapshot on that. I didn't realize it was running out. It's okay, we'll just go through this city. We'll just cut everything out. Let's see. Power damage. It's not really a good one, but it's a max aspect, so we'll just break it down. Oh, I wonder if there's anything new regarding the cow level this season. That'd be interesting to know. That got kind of abandoned. Oh, nice. We got a cocoon. Let's hope for a headless. Oh, well, you know what? Actually, though, let me go turn this in before. I don't want to waste that. Nope, I don't think so. Yeah, just a regular. We need our damage. Everything else is good. We just have to get the rune. I honestly would rather have the overpower crit than the double damage. A dust daisy? What the hell is that? Yeah, this would be super fast if I just had the damage right now. Just to one-shot the bosses as soon as they spawn. Everything else feels pretty good. Nothing really too big. Doesn't take too long to kill stuff. Sure, yeah. Let me just finish this up and we'll go over the equipment really fast. And my build is, I have changed my build out in terms of equipment for the base tier of Cataclysm, just that way it's a little bit more friendly, as well as it will cap out your res and armor. So that is in the build guide already. And I have swapped out some witch powers, because a lot of people were saying that they were having a hard time surviving in Reddit on anybody's Cataclysm build they tried, and since I built out all my stuff in hardcore, I can definitely make sure that survivability is not an issue while maintaining the damage, like or only losing a little bit of damage. How long? Yeah, I'll go ahead and go over it now. I'll take this stuff back to town and just kind of give you an idea as to what I'm using. So I just went into tier 4, and I'm missing the rune word to give me the overpower crit. I think it's Zan is the name of it. Well, I can't remember off the top of my head. Put this stuff in the stash. All right. And I am going to reduce the Paragon board in Mobilytics. I'll probably do that right now. So we got our Tempest Roar with a G8 willpower. This is where I changed the build mainly on the chest piece. So I basically had to run a normal chest piece. I went ahead and used Mending Stone, but that's really a flex. You can use what you like. I like Mending Stone. But max life armor, resistance to all elements. That's really the big deal. And then total armor, hurricane duration. And when you get a Shroud of False Death, that's what you replace it with. But before then, I don't think it's a smart idea to replace it, or you'll just be having issues with survivability. Runeworker's Conduit on the gloves. Max life, willpower, resist all elements. Pants, max life armor, resist all elements. Storm Shifter's aspect. Hurricane duration, total armor. Flicker Step boots with an ultimate GA, and then I have damage reduction with for the second crit. And then I have Two-Hand Mace Willpower, max life, overpower damage, and then lightning bolt damage, chance for Cataclysm to deal double damage. That too, if I got a second crit in that, would basically put the build over the top. Air does inexorable will. I got lucky, got 2 crits into my ultimate cooldown reduction. But ultimate cooldown reduction, willpower, both of those are really good. Milnick Ring, I got an 82x with a GA to Endless Tempest. I got lucky on that one too. So, and then for my necklace, we got willpower, max life, natural disaster. I would prefer the obvious Envenom, quick shift, you know, willpower setup. But you know, you got to get really lucky for that. And then I have lightning bolt and cataclysm cooldown. Although if you're having issues with like armor cap or something, you don't have to go cataclysm cooldown. That's what I just have because I don't have issues with armor right now. And then for my, I also changed like the base level occult gems so that way you only had to get one fugitive head, because the higher tier occult gems require quite a few fugitive heads to actually unlock them. So that's there in the base guide too, to make sure it's much friendlier to people as they're building into the setup. And so I'm running over hex enemies take more overpower damage, and then even though I'm not getting a benefit from it right now because I don't have the overpower crit rune word, and then this one was just one I had laying around. So, but I'll change this. For my boons, Gift of the Stag for bigger ultimate, but you can use Weariness to get a little more damage reduction from elites. Iron Feather, Avian Wrath, Calamity, Overload. Then on my Paragon board, we're running Electrocution, Spirit, picking up Thunderstruck, picking up Survival Instinct, Earth and Sky here, mainly because of the flat HP nodes that get a big benefit from Earth and Sky. And then we got Lust for Carnage, Spirit Keeper Glyph here, and then we're using Ancestral Guidance, and then we're slotting in the Dominate Glyph here. Now again, because I don't have the overpowered crit, I'm not getting much benefit out of this glyph, and I'm not really getting much benefit out of the Spirit Glyph here. But I just have them there because they are the glyphs that I will be using. And I really don't need the extra damage just to play around in tier 4. But when I do get the double damage crit set up, it's going to obviously take the damage into a whole nother level. Just like a whole nother level. As a matter of fact, while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and change this over on Mobalytics, so that way it's set up correctly. So that way players who are just using the base Cataclysm setup don't have any issues with the Paragon boards. So I feel like this is a bit overwhelming. So we're going to take all this stuff out. That's good. And we'll leave this in the Mythic setup, but we'll take it out here. This isn't necessary. This isn't necessary. We can just do this. This isn't necessary. I think we have everything. We can take this out. This, all of this comes out. I think that's just one more. Yeah, we'll do that. Take that out. That's good. And here, I think this is incorrect. It should be that. And then that's fine. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, I do have this. Okay. So take this out. That's good. That's good. All right. And then that's fine. And then all of this can come out. So that way people actually know. Yep, there we go. So that should be more accurate to what I'm using. I think that's exactly what I have my board set up like. And that should get you the 200 Paragon. This should be exactly, yeah, exactly 200 Paragon points. The Barrier Witch power. I'll look at it. If it functions with this setup, I'll definitely look at it. And then the Mythic Cat is fine. That one's good. All that's good. And then I'll have to go ahead and adjust this really fast. For the Necro. Did I take this? Did I take this off of the other one? I'll look at it one more time before I exit out. Make sure that's good. Yeah, that's good. And that goes there. Take this out. That's good. And then everything here. There we go. Save. Let me see. I'll see what it's set up as. I don't know if it'll fit with my witch powers. Which one is the I'll just look for it. Here we go. Twilight Warding. 30% max life for 5 seconds. Enemy projectiles. Cooldown 14 seconds. I think I can I'll upgrade that next.
It is too expensive.
What kind of power is that? For psychic power. So I need the Force of Will, and I need Hex of Shattering, and I need 3 Growth and Decay for the overall like build that I'm trying to make with the occult gems. I could probably use this until I get everything set up. I could probably swap out the frog for something like this, and then when everything's set up, I'd swap it back. I'll try it out though, definitely. And if it's definitely beneficial for the base setup, I'll go ahead and throw that into the witch powers, just to make it a little bit easier for survivability for the average person. 30% life on the barrier is pretty good, so. How much time? 19 minutes. That should be the last one I need to max out, yeah, for the season journey, so we'll have to hurry up and do that.
Saw that. Overgrown vermin's broke another trap. Impressive.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good, having that barrier every 5 seconds. It definitely wouldn't hurt. I think something else that might not hurt either is if I get enough cooldown and everything that I can get my take off Calamity and use something like the fortify building fortify building boom. I can't remember what the name is off the top of my head. The one that I never use. I could probably get fortify somewhere else. I probably just need to look around and see, like, okay, maybe I can take this out or use this. Where's the, there he is. Must have ran past him. Like, where's the little boss for this? That's funny. He punched me all the way back into the poison. Oh, damn, I'm gonna have to let that fall off. It's okay. It's so crazy just to see the overpower damage. Like, if I could just get the, that's just a random overpower. I wonder if it'll stay. Yeah, the random overpower staying too. There's 15 billion, and I don't even, it's not even a crit. This thing is crazy. It's just so, it's so overtuned. I don't even have the crit on it. It's just a random overpower. Just randomly overpowered. The tree of animals around it. Yeah, I don't think I've had anything specific in terms of like what event. Because I've had them spawn just about anything. And I haven't noticed anything like specifically that might increase the chances of one of them spawning. But it could be something like, there could be something like that. I'll try to pay attention to it now that you mention it though. Maybe maybe there is something to that. I mean, I do basically every event in these, so. Hey, nice. Gimme. We got one. Now we just need 1,000, now we just need 1,000 of the, restless rot. Oh, no, I let it drop off. Well, there went the overpower. It was nice while it lasted. A little bit more cooldown would have saved me there. I need gloves. Ordinarily, I would go with the greater cache, but I need gloves, man. Now let's go back to the shield lady. We got 250. That's just need 750 more. I'll probably grab the anima, what is it, like anima something? The one that increases the potency of your psychic powers. I wonder if that will increase the overall amount of shields you can have with the shield witch power. That'll be interesting. It's a pretty significant buff to the amount of shield. It's like I have. I've actually maxed out my powers. I'm actually going to make a guide on that so people have a better idea as to what to do. Probably tonight I'll put the guide out, but just so that... are you having issues finding them? Because I can just go ahead and give you a quick how-to.
It is done.
Yeah, just let me know. I can run you. I can just give you a quick breakdown as to how I found them, what the easiest way is to farm them. Yeah, sure. Okay. So the best way to get your forgotten altars, and I'm not even gonna. It's not gonna even take you but 2 seconds. So use your new new potion, the one that increases the chance of finding them. And then go to a dungeon that has something like Hoarfrost, or I'll show it to you on the map, or dopamine tunnels, and just run the first section over and over again. And probably in less than 10 minutes, you'll find one. So you just use the potion, go to like dopamine tunnels, or Hoarfrost demise, or any of the dungeons that you'd get for killing the first stronghold guy you're supposed to run into. Like anything with a short path, and you're good to go. You just run it a bunch of times, in like 10 minutes you'll find one. You can invite people too. That's what I did. I invited a bunch of people to it, so that way they could get their forgotten powers. And then you get the next one, just do the same thing. You'll get them all like really fast. Let me just clear out this route and I'll show you the dungeon. No, this is this is D4. Let's see. Oh, headless. Is the only thing that sucks about not having the damage. You gotta chew through this guy's shield. I actually really liked how tanky these guys are. Yeah, they're in the base dungeons. It's one of the base dungeons. I'll show you exactly which one is the best one to run. Give me just a second. This would be a lot faster if I had the overpower crit, but I don't. Okay, it is... You can do this dungeon, the very first section. If it's not there, teleport out. Or you can do... Where is it at? Hoarfrost demise. I'd recommend doing Hoarfrost demise. Run the first section. Don't go down the ledge. Just run the first section. If it's not there, teleport out, reset dungeon, go back in, and you just repeat that. I'll show you real quick what I mean. So if you're looking to farm forgotten altars in a super fast, easy way, go to Hoarfrost Demise. Use your potion. The Draft of Whispers or whatever it's called. The Draught of Whispers. This deal here. Use this. Run over here to Hoarfrost. Or you could just play the game with the potion on or do dungeons. It's up to you. But this is the easiest way. Run over here. And all you're going to do is clear the first area. If there's nothing in the first area, then you're going to teleport out. Go back in. Do it again. So you want to check over here, make sure that it's not over here, right? And then you go down here. And then you just teleport out. Just leave dungeon. And you just repeat this. Should take you like 10 minutes. You'll find one. If that, sometimes it take you less time. And then reset. Go back in. And you just repeat it. We'll see if I get one on this one. I actually don't know if you can get one if you've already maxed out your powers. That'd be pretty interesting. You should really only need to run this circle here. But honestly, I would just go all the way around just in case. I don't know if there's a limitation as to where it can spawn at, but just cover the circle and then teleport out again. That's it. That's all you have to do. Use your potion, do that like a bunch of times. That's all you need to do. Eventually one will spawn on the first area. You'll get it. Invite some people there just to be nice. Or don't, whatever. And go to the next, exit out, reset, do it all over again.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, it was a headless one, though. 7 seconds. 11 minutes. And where's a new one? I mean, we can hit this 11-minute one. The fugitive head I got was the other. It was the random. Like it was doing just whatever. I just need to have a bunch of more restless rot where I can craft my gem. I might do a couple root holds too. Although I feel like the restless rot should probably be increased for root holds. But I like doing them. The loot drops are crazy. Oh, did I ever put my pet on this character? I don't think I have. I don't think I put my pet on. No, I did not. I've been running around without the little bastard. No wonder. Oh yeah, no problem, brother. Absolutely. I try my best. I try my best to answer everybody. I don't like when people feel ignored. I don't like that. I need to turn in my quest first, lady. No wonder why I wasn't getting enough Restless Rod. I'm sitting here running around without my little pet. Pick everything up for me. That's what we need to get GGG to give us. We need to get GGG to give us a pet to pick up everything in PoE 2. Not just to run around beside us, but to pick stuff up. That'd be nice. I'm still not sure who programmed the pet, like who coded the pet for D4 though, because whoever did that, it's probably the only thing that didn't come with a bug. Like it worked perfectly the first time and it's worked every single time after they put it in the game. So I'm not sure who did it, but they should definitely do more stuff. They did a great job with that little companion running around, picking everything up. This lady takes way too long, man, I'm telling you. We need more enemies to spawn in this event. Nice. Yeah, I am. I'm basically I'm basically by myself, yeah. Yeah, that's just me here. I'm sure it might be more efficient there. I don't know, but I mean, I don't know. I'd rather just be in Torment 4. I feel like I get a lot of stuff. Oh, you died already? Oh, man. What'd you get killed by? Oh, game froze? Yeah, that sucks. And you know what's weird? What's really weird is that the Scrolls of Escape drop rate is so low that if you do have... Now, I will say I have been teleported automatically back to town when I've DC'd, but I have had instances where I wasn't, and I don't have a Scroll of Escape, and my guy's just sitting there. I'm not sure why they... I don't know. Maybe they intended to make it where you always teleport, so they didn't want you to have like a bunch of Scrolls of Escape. But yeah, man, there's been quite a few times where, especially if you get bad lag, your Scroll of Escape doesn't matter if you get bad lag, because you're just lagging. You're still connected to the game, you know, so you won't even Scroll of Escape out. I had a really bad lag spike when I first started streaming too, and I was just getting into an Infernal Horde, and thankfully, like, my character is tanky enough that it didn't matter, and I was using my Bouldercane character. But if this character, if I was doing that, I'd probably end up almost dying or dying for sure, or because I don't even have a Scroll of Escape on this character. I only have the one. I'm fine if they're not, you know, super common, but I feel like they never drop now. Like, they're never there. They're never dropping. Like, obviously, I don't think you should be able to spam them like crazy, because then it's like, what's the point? It's like having the potion, the old potion that gave you extra life, basically. Like, I can't remember that off the top of my head, but it's like, what's the point? You definitely need to have like some difficulty, but yeah, Bloodwave is a pretty chill build, I think. I see a lot of players playing it. Heard it's pretty good, pretty easy to build into. I, though, am a hardcore Druid. I will never play. No, I can't say that. I might play a different class at some point in time. But right now, it's just Druid and Druid on PoE too. Whenever they get that bad boy going, Druid on there too. That's all I want to play. Probably next season in D4, if they don't give us something new on the class, I might play a different class later in the season. Because honestly, they really owe us. Like, they have not given the Druid anything good for a long time, and even the uniques that they have given the class have just been absolute trash. The Basilisk staff nobody uses. It's absolute hot garbage. The new Malfic Crescent amulet doesn't even do anything new to the skills that you have, and it's absolutely hot garbage. I think the last thing I can think of off the top of my head that was really good was the Earthbreaker ring. Probably that was the only thing that added something really cool. Oh, nice. Well, the other affixes are pretty bad. There's a good wolves are pretty good if you well, they're companions, so technically, but wolves are actually pretty good, man. You should try if you want to do another Druid. A wolves build is pretty solid this season. And the grow passive is, the grow witch power is dope. It's probably the coolest witch power we have. In my opinion, it's probably the coolest witch power. Making your minions or your summons grow to like 3 times the size that they're supposed to be. Looks badass.
What's left, you ask?
I should have enough Tree Whispers caches to finish leveling my other character. Yeah, companions are pretty good, man. They're really good. The wolves, I mean, they're stupid. Don't get me wrong. The wolves themselves are dumb. Like, they're clearly dumb. Like, they don't know what to do. But you can get the active online so fast, and you can spam it so much that they're just like tons and tons of damage. And there's so many ways to condense packs of enemies into one location, that it's super easy just to burn enemies down with the wolves' active ability. It's actually really good. I don't know if you have to actually Oh man, I haven't even been doing this. I gotta go do the quest for the Coven favor thing. Maybe I just need to do the first part. Yo, was it not a big surprise to anyone else when you first did this quest? Like, I tried to do it at level 1, and I just could not kill the boss.
Then come with me.
You okay?
I hear it. This way.
Let's go.
Your voice cried out when you touched that rod. We are getting close. And again, more.
All right. I want to make a companion build. I'll probably make a companion build after I finish my Pulverize, after I do my Lightning Storm hybrid. Then I'll make the companion build. I have the planner basically set up, but I have to do a lot of writing on it before I put it up in Mobalytics. But Crip has a really good companion setup, because he likes to play wolves. So if you go to Mobalytics and you go to Criparian stuff, he has a really cool wolves build. If you need one. Just not realizing I had it to do until just now. That's how. That's all. I've already done this on my other characters, but I forgot about it until I was trying to went back to the Coven board, and then remembered like, oh yeah, I have to do the quest. But hey, if you do it later, look at that. If you do it later, you'll get better gear out of it, right? Oh, fuck me, dude. I wish this would be like the Spirit Boon. Like, all you have to do is do it one time and then you don't have to do it again. I have the head. Did I not did I not pick up the head? I thought I picked up the head. Oh, I gotta talk to this lady.
I apologize. This head was.
Okay, now I can talk to the... Yeah, I zoomed through these. I don't even read them, so they kind of go to the back of my head. As soon as I'm done, I'm like, okay, cool. On to the important stuff. Who cares about the seasonal quests?
You and I quite a sight, yes.
There we go. Well, that is pretty lame. I wish it had kept track of all the stuff I did. So that way I wouldn't have to
I can break that down.
just now get stuff put in there. That's kind of silly of me to have forgotten about that. That's alright, it'll level pretty fast because we're in tier 4, so. Whoop. What potion is this? Okay, yeah, it's some max life and instant. I keep forgetting that the new potion lasts an hour. I end up refreshing it too soon. Might end up running out of them. This one sucks. I hate that one. I'm not doing that. Don't go nowhere, lady. Stay right here. Don't go nowhere. Stop moving away. Yo, stay here. There's plenty of enemies. I gotta turn this in. Come on. Another headless. Hey, if anybody's watching on Twitch, when I ban that view bot on restream, let me know if it bans them, if it takes them off of Twitch too, okay? If you can tell me. There we go. I added them to the block list. Did it take it off of Twitch? Might not have anybody over there right now. Oh, there's some people there. One of them is probably the view bot. I'll have to look at it. Come back here, treasure goblin. Don't you go nowhere. God, get over here. Something else, I wish I could turn off quests, like quests for the main, like side quests and stuff. I wish there was like an option to turn those off so that way it wouldn't drop from little NPCs or whatnot when you kill them. Like just an option to turn off all questing so it doesn't appear on your map. Not that big of a deal, but it would just be nice not to deal with it.
It is done.
There we go. Yeah, Neo's not too bad, man. I actually like Neo a lot. Like 200 every 2 seconds. Pretty good. Oh, my big boy woke up. I think he's just congested. All right, that was a lot of gold. Or looked like a lot of gold. Probably not. Oh, I have to look at it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I really. I'm just talking about overall, just like disable the quests, so that way I don't have to deal with like random quest objectives dropping from like dead NPCs or something. Like with that treasure goblin, just turn that shit off so I don't have to deal with it. It's like I'm not doing those side quests ever again. I already did all. I did all my renown grind. Let me see. I don't know if I want a power level right now. I kind of want to just, I probably should. It'd be a nice thing to do. Just 41. What's up, my handsome boy? What's up, my man? You okay? Your nose is congested. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Does mommy know you're awake? I'll probably power level that guy. It's 41. Oh, my man. You sound so congested, buddy. You want to get up here with me? You goofy. You brought the plague home, don't you? You brought the plague home. Everybody getting sick now. Yeah, I think he just woke up, babe. He's just congested. I'll come out there in a minute. I'll probably power level him off stream. Let me just let him know. You got the tree. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to get this done in time. That's okay. Well, guys, I will call it there. Let me go take care of my little one and help my wife out. But it's been a pleasure talking to all you guys. I'm very appreciative that all of you guys stopped by and for the really good conversation. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow or the next day, but I should be streaming later on in the week. So be on the lookout for that. And I'm going to try to get a video out tonight, like a quick guide on how to find forgotten altars for you guys. And I'm going to continue working on this Cataclysm build and then eventually roll that into Shred, followed by a combination of Lightning Storm and Cataclysm, which I hope is a lot more fun than plain old Cataclysm with maybe some damage loss, but overall, really fun to play. But other than that, guys, again, I appreciate all of you. And as always, I hope you're having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from. And peace out, guys. I will see you in the next one.